Well, hello everybody. Happy Stompy Mech Thursday. I wasn't sure if I was going to make it or not tonight because today is my daughter's 17th birthday. But we managed to finish everything up just in time for us to come in and me to be able to get loaded in here and to find out that I had to download the patch. So I hit click start the stream, and I went over and saw that the patch had to download. So it took another couple of minutes to get the stream going today than it normally would as I waited for the patch to finish downloading. But hey, now we're all here. So hello everybody. Happy Thursday to you all. I was reading the patch notes. It doesn't look like there's a lot that has changed in this new patch. Taking a look at it, they're releasing the Summoner 2, which is the Grand Summoner. It's a Jade Falcon rebuild of the Summoner Omni-Mech. Weighs the same as the original counterpart, sacrifices build flexibility in order to carry more firepower. There will be 4 new variants. There's a booster pack that you can pick up if you are interested in having those. In addition to that, there's been some weapon adjustments. The mag shot and the AP Gauss have an increased cooldown from 2 seconds to 2.2 seconds. I don't know if the 0.2 seconds, how much of a difference that will make, but hopefully it will make somewhat of a difference. AK71, how are you this evening? Welcome on in. Glad to have you here. So it'll make a little bit of a difference. I think they should have played with the heat rather than playing with the cooldown, but not my place to play, obviously. They reduced the heat on the Proto AC2s, 4s, 8s. The Clan ERPPC had the heat reduced on it. Streak SRMs. Looks like arm and leg targeting chance reduced. Side torso targeting chance increased. Center torso targeting chance increased. The King Crab, the Kodiaks both had their acceleration increased and deceleration increased. So I mean, there's some minor stuff that was changing. So we'll see some minor changes with some of that. So where like I want to see how it comes out in practice. So I'm doing very well, thank you. I want to the 2.2 could definitely make a difference. If I'm gonna have to see how it is in practice. It's going to make a difference in the peek and poke, definitely, with some of it. Obviously, it's a little bit of additional time in between that might actually be good for some of those mechs that were running into heat problems with it. Because obviously now there's a little bit more of a cooldown time, which means they're going to have a little bit more time to cool down in between the shots. That might be good for them. But it also, is going to slightly reduce the damage, over 10 shots, it's going to take, basically you lose a shot over, 10 cycles. So that'll be, again, like I said, we'll see how it plays out in the long run. Again, I think I would have liked to have seen them increase the HSL on it, but that's my opinion to it. They've been playing with the AP Gauss and the mag shots really since they released them, because the mechs that can run them and run them well, like the Warthog, really become OP when people can run them well. because they fire so quickly. They do such targeted damage, and you can just fit so many in and fire them so damn much that you can just burn through somebody's torso and drop torsos out, drop legs out. I've never been a big fan of taking out torsos, but I know or legs. I know a lot of people are. I've never been a big fan of shooting legs. But you can burn through legs quick with those mag shots. Like I said, we'll see. I'm hoping as they continue to tweak those that we'll finally start to see those get to a good point, and we'll get to the point where they're a good weapon without feeling like they're an overpowered weapon. One of the other big changes that we're seeing in here is quick play group changes, and this is an interesting change to me. And I hadn't heard about this, and maybe other people had heard about it, and I just hadn't. Uh, Group changes. So a 3-man quick play group minimum tonnage is increasing from 80 tons to 120 tons. Which really means that you can't have 3 of those ultra light mechs running together. So if you got 3 people, you've got to have an average of 40 tons apiece. That's good, meaning that I can't have a group of 3 of the pirate Spains running around stealth together. Not that you necessarily could before, but 3 stealth ravens or things like that. You're going to have somebody running something outside of a light mech. You're not going to be able to have a group of 3 running 3 light mechs anymore. See, so I run the Warthog with the 14 AP Gauss and 1 medium pulse laser, and as long as you're careful with it, it just melts people. You get yourself a couple of shots off on a torso, and you duck back behind some of your friends for a minute, cool down a little bit, go back out and hit them again. I know I've seen a lot of people run the heavy machine guns as well. Like I said, I love it with the AP Gauss. But I do kind of like a spicy mech that way, because I always kind of feel if you're not running up on your heat line, you're not really using your capabilities. Again, it's a me thing. um, and so, like I said, the 3-man quick play now is going to require, there's no way to run 3 light mechs together anymore. You're gonna have to have something heavier to run in there. You're not going to get a group who can run 3 light mechs all at the same time, because the weight's not going to allow it. That increased from 80 tons to 120 tons. They're also dropping the maximum tonnage, reducing it from 255 to 210. Yeah, I've seen that too, where people were running the flavor on there and overheating somebody and then just go pew, pew, pew. Or with the heavy machine guns doing that, which was they get somebody to overheat and then just wipe them out with the machine guns. So yeah, dropping the maximum tonnage from 255 to 210 also is going to stop really those groups of like the 3 assaults necessarily running together, or those really ultra heavy groups running together. It's going to require with your 3-man groups more of a mix of mechs. You're not just going to be able to heavily weight it one way or the other. Same thing with your 4-man groups. The minimum tonnage is increasing from 120 to 160. So again, from an average of 30 tons a mech to an average of 40 tons a mech. And reducing from 280 to 240, which means, again, it's reducing the amount of weight that you can put in there, so you can't necessarily have 3 assaults and 1 20-ton mech. You're going to have to vary your tonnage a bit in there, which I think is, honestly, I think it's a really good change. And then other than that, there's just some variant changes that we're seeing in here with some of the mechs, and you can stop out there and take a look at the patch notes to see what those changes are. So with that said, let's go ahead and get in here and kind of get started with our evening. Let's see, anybody from the unit on? No. Nobody's been on since the 23rd, so nobody's been on today. Hopefully we'll see Laughing Bear tonight. He may jump on with me and possibly some others. And it looks like for my Twitch people, there's an ad running, so you may be missing everything I'm saying right now, unless you happen to be a subscriber. So let's go ahead and get a mech and get out here and run a little bit. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and run out with this Kit Fox. Why not? And then, so after this first match, we'll go ahead and get into our story time for the evening as well. Of course, story time will happen while we are playing Search Warrior. I'll wait until after this first match is done, and then we'll go ahead and get into main event again. So welcome back, everybody who got caught by those ads. Let me just finish up by saying while we're searching here, I think the changes in the quick play stuff are going to be absolutely wonderful. I think they were very much needed. I think it's going to force people that are running in groups to have much more of a variety to what they're playing. It's going to force the groups to have lights, mediums, heavies, assaults. It's going to force people to have more of a mix in what they're playing, and it isn't just going to be able to be 3 light mechs and an assault, or 4 light mechs that are the 30-ton mechs. It's going to cause a little bit more of a variety in there. You're still going to see 4 mediums, you're still going to see 4 heavies, you're going to still see some stuff like that, but we're going to see more of an adjustment, I think. And honestly, I think that's a wonderful change, and I think it's going to cause some additional variety in the drops, especially when you're getting your 3 and 4 mans for any of your drops in here. So I'm excited to see that change. And then so other than that, there are some additional changes that we're seeing just about some of the specific mechs, and I'd encourage you to just get out here and take a look into some of those specific mechs if you are curious as to what some of the other changes in the patch may have been, because they're very mech specific, and if you don't run that mech, then it may not matter to you. All right, there we go. First match of the evening. Where do we want to go? Let's say Tourmaline, because why not? And then I will jump myself into I mean, you figure, based on the lore, all of the rounds in the AC2s and the UAC2s or racks or anything like that are all depleted uranium shells to begin with, which really, those are going to be armor-piercing shells, but with the armor that is on these mechs, it's not going to go right through them anyway. So I'm not sure that it would make too much of a difference in this game unless they did some programming changes with it. I mean, you figure a depleted uranium shell is pretty much going to wipe through viably anything that you're going to throw out there in front of you anyways. Um and really in game, if you want to have some of that, the Gauss rounds I think are the way to go.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Facing the wrong way. Ma. The wrong way, Ma. I mean, it would be interesting if you could actually target weapons and stuff in this a little bit more specifically than you can now. That would be kind of an interesting change.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Well, look, already a sniper.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
All right, enjoy your dinner. Thank you, and I'm going to try to have myself a little bit of
Target spotted.
Mech Warrior fun.
New target acquired.
Thanks for the right away chat, though. I love it when chat is active right off the bat.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Need assistance. Target spotted.
Interdorsal critical damage. Heatsink destroyed.
Fucking got stuck on the ledge.
New target acquired.
Which is never good. But
Torso critical damage.
people are just going to let that fucker sit up there. I mean, that's exactly what they're doing. They're just letting him sit up there and snipe off people.
Left torso critical damage.
Just literally sitting there letting him snipe off people. I don't get it. I mean, that's why I just went ahead and walked at him, because there was no point. I mean, he killed, what, at least 3 people? Yeah, at least 3 people just sitting up there. Hey, Los. I wish I could say that was a good match, but our team just, or your guys, our team just let your guy just sit up there and just snipe at us from that top freaking ledge the entire match. Yeah, the only ones going after that sniper that you guys, that was literally just sitting out on the rock ledge watching us, not hiding at all, was me and a Raven. I saw that. How's it feeling? Grand Summoner. Dun dun dun. I mean, obviously it's brand new, I would imagine. Not a lot of skill points. All kinds of new. Three clan large pulse lasers, no HSL on it. Actually, I mean, 3 large pulse lasers with no HSL is not that much, I don't think. There's other mechs that are running that, aren't there? I'm trying to think. I was running that with, I mean, I was running that with an inner sphere. I don't know that I run a clan with that, but okay. Well, I don't have 1.83 cooling, so basically what you're saying is you can just run it. I will just fire all day. Yeah, I imagine you can just burn fools up with that. I mean, that's some good cooling right there. What are these problems with the Germans? 2 kills is way better than I did. I did jack and crap in that match. But of course, I tried to play with the sniper, and that was just not a winning move.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Here we go.
Weapons
They will all rummel you.
All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
My task is to wipe away all hostiles. I will show no mercy.
Hold Delta. We're gonna hold Delta 4
Charlie
Delta
5.
guys. Yeah, let's hold here. Delta 4 corner. Look Delta 3.
Delta 4 HUD.
Target spotted.
Wąsaku get back over there.
Target
spotted.
acquired.
Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
See if we can get that rifleman.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spot. Target spotted.
You guys in B3, can you sneak up into C2? It looks like he's running.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Delta 4 guys, look Delta
Target
4.
spotted.
Delta 3.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Don't be afraid, push in.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spot. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
Let's get that incubus.
New target acquired.
CK is one touch.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Forces at 75%.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
UAV
Wow,
over B.
missile.
Delta 3.
Warning incoming missile.
Target spotted.
Need to get back out of the
Spotted.
hole I have dropped myself into.
Target destroyed.
The enemies remain. Target spotted.
Target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Two cells in the center, rotate with B.
Target destroyed.
Hey, Bear. How are you?
It could be better.
Three in the center, rotate with
Yeah.
B. We're moving on our Charlie 4 guys.
My,
Willing to come
I
right
had
for you.
my
Target
dog put
acquired.
down yesterday.
Target spotted.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, she
New
had
target
really bad kidney
acquired.
disease, so
Target spotted.
couldn't see her suffering, and it's kind of put both me and my nephew in a funk right now. So
Target spotted.
One of the
New
Atlas
target
keep
but I'm
that.
keeping
acquired.
myself busy.
Target destroyed.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm sorry, my friend. That is so hard.
It's like family, you know.
Oh yeah.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
I am a huge animal lover, as anybody who's watched my stream much knows.
New target acquired.
Yeah, you got the beagle and you got a cat, I think.
I've got two cats. I've got two dogs. There's a hamster. There's a gerbil. There's, I
I thought
mean,
you said that. I thought you said that your daughter's birthday is today.
my daughter's birthday is today, but we were done doing things, so.
Okay, I'm not in. I'm loading the game, but I've got a few things to do around the house. I figured I'd come and say hello, and I'll be back in a little bit to play with you after I get done cooking my dinner and doing a couple things around the house.
Yeah, no worries. When you're ready, you know where I am.
Mm-hmm. Um, they just had a big download. Did they download the? And I had a hard time loading it. My nephew had to
The patch.
uninstall and reinstall my whole game because it wouldn't load.
Oy. Yeah, I mean, I downloaded the patch today, so it all it patched fine for me. But as long as you got the patch downloaded, you should be okay. Everything looks
Yeah,
like it's running fine,
I'm in the game now.
so you should be good.
I hope so.
All right, go get you some dinner and stuff, and we'll see you in a little bit.
All right.
And then we'll read some main event. Chapter 17. Harlech. Outreach. 25 September 3054. By dusk of his second day on outreach, Rose had still not seen much of Harlech except for the hiring hall and his hotel room. The groundwork Rihanna and Angus had done in the previous weeks had just about played itself out. By mid-afternoon, Rose realized none of the remaining candidates who interested him were interested in return. His unit was simply too new to attract experienced pilots. He was just leaving the hall for a belated lunch when a small, dark-haired man approached, obviously wanting to talk. "Excuse me, but would you happen to be Captain Rose?" Rose gave the man a polite smile. He'd seen him enter the hiring hall several hours earlier, but had assumed he'd left after examining the postings. "Yes, I am. Can I help you?" Rose was surprised by the man's reaction. Taking Rose by the arm, he beckoned him closer with a crooked finger. "I'm a mech warrior in need of a unit. I thought we could discuss the matter." The man glanced over his shoulder. "This is not a good place. Perhaps lunch is in order. I know a quiet spot near the spaceport." Rose's better judgment counseled against it, but he was intrigued. He gave a slight nod, and the two were off. Rose's lunch companion had his own car and insisted on driving, which was fine with Rose. The unit's rented car had already gone back with Rihanna to the repair bay, where she would help out with the final work on the charger.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Resources and wipe the surface clean of any enemy.
Conquest.
Resource point Epsilon is ours. Kappa has fallen.
Pew, 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 pew. Beam lasers. Pew, 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 pew. Pew,
Anybody
pew,
else say
pew,
that?
pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew.
Enemy has resource point Beta.
Target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
New target acquired.
Pew, 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 pew.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Wow, that piranha. He ran the wrong way and stuck around in the wrong place.
Target acquired.
Enemy skill shot up high. Looks like they rotated left, guys.
I already the scale shot. Watch it.
Target spotted.
There's another Delta 6 low.
Target spotted.
Scale shots back down.
Enemy Echo 7.
3 assaults, Delta 6.
New
Target
target
spotted.
acquired.
Warhammer's torso
Target
really hot.
spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
UAV up.
Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
UAV Echo 6. I can't get it.
Target spotted.
Got it. Need help, Hotel 4, multiples.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Charger and Kodiak at Sigma.
Need assistance. Target spotted.
About a Lance on the right side, guys. Golf 4.
Target spotted. A good start. Target spotted. Keep holding the resource points, warriors.
Delta 6.
Need assistance. Target spotted. Target
New
spotted.
target
Target
acquired.
spotted. They are a quarter of the way there. Do not let them Target spotted. Target spotted.
Not sticking around to play with that Warhammer by myself. I'm crazy, but I ain't nuts.
Acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. Target destroyed.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
I'm gonna have crap damage, I think, on this one.
Spotted. Target spotted.
Target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Target destroyed.
I don't know that I've had the game critically shut off, but I've had my
Acquired.
computer just decide to critically shut off in the middle of a game before.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Yeah, my damage is going to be absolutely abysmal in this one.
Target destroyed.
Excellent work, warriors.
Yeah, I've created a group and invited you.
Fantastic. Yeah, abysmal damage going to be in this one. I did 153 damage. I took 1. I got an equals.
Sounds like me.
But I would say, Xantrix, if you're seeing that you had the game critically shut off, try to run the repair tool. If you have it through Steam, there's a way through Steam to be able to check it. And I honestly couldn't tell you exactly what it is because I don't run it through Steam. But if you run it through the PGI thing, when you're on the launcher, there's a way to be able to click it and have it just double check the files. This is the Kit Fox P. It's running dual beam lasers, and it's kind of fun. All right, Bear, I have accepted. So did you see any of the patch notes?
I have not. As a matter of fact, I was gonna uninstall and reinstall, no, restart my computer, but I'll do that after I'm done playing. I don't know what kind of patches they made.
Yep. So not anything, huge, but um, a couple of them that may impact us is quick play group sizes. The weighting they've changed. The minimums and maximums at 3 and 4 sizes of groups. So in a 3-man quick play, it's now a minimum of 120 tons, up from 80 tons, and a maximum of 210 tons, down from 255. And in a 4-man group, it's a minimum of 160 tons, up from 120, and a maximum of 240, down from 280. So those are big ones that we're going to see in ours. I mean, we don't run a lot of groups of 4 lights or anything like that, but the people who do, they're going to get impacted by it. So Xantrix, what I was saying is this is the Kit Fox P. And what I was saying is, depending on where you're running the MechWarrior Online client through, there should be a repair tool through either one of them. If you've had the game critically shut off on you, I would just recommend running the repair tool. It's on the launcher for MWO if you got the game from the MWO Merc site. If you run it through Steam, there is a way to do it through Steam, and I'm just not 100% certain what it is because I don't run it through Steam.
So you go to the game, and then there's a little cog in the game there, and you push the cog and then go down to properties. And once you do properties, you go to the bottom one, which is files or whatever, and it'll scan it right there for you.
Okay, so there's a settings thing. So you go to the game, you click the gear or the cog, go to files or properties, files, and then there's a way, or then it'll scan your files. And then it's through the launchers. I think it's check file integrity or something like that. But yeah, if you've had it critically shut off, especially right after a patch, it's probably a good idea to just run that and just make sure nothing went wonky. All right. But yeah, so that's the big one that we're going to see. The other thing that really kind of interested me is I've been talking about how I think that the AP Gauss and the mag shots have been overpowered for a while. They changed the cooldown from 2 seconds to 2.2 seconds on those. I'm not sure how much of a difference that will make, but at least they're continuing to try to play with those to make them not quite as OP as they are. So we'll see how much of a difference that may make. All right, guys, back to main event. The man drove in silence, giving Rose the opportunity to look him over. He was barely over 1.5 meters tall. Rihanna, not to mention Hogg, would have towered over him. Despite the heavy traffic, the man seemed perfectly at ease driving through the crowded city. He glanced at Rose several times during the trip, but never spoke, which was also fine with Rose. By the time the car pulled into the parking lot of a small Mandarin Chinese restaurant, Rose would have known the man was a mech warrior, even if he hadn't been told. His movements at the controls of the car were precise and efficient, the way only a warrior could be. Still following the man's lead, Rose passed into the restaurant, where they took a rear booth. Rose didn't like to sit with his back to the door, but he had no choice because his host slid silently into the seat facing it. He mentally shrugged and sat down opposite. Just when Rose was beginning to believe he must have imagined his companion's ability to speak, the waitress appeared and accepted his order. Lacking a menu and any knowledge of the Mandarin tongue, Rose gestured he would have the same. At last, the man addressed him. "You are a patient man, Captain. A most desirable trait in a leader." Rose nodded at the compliment, but decided if he was going to play the listening part, he would do it to the hilt. "My name is Ajax. It is a colorful name given to me by wishful parents. I think they thought it would inspire me to become a great warrior like the ancient Terran hero. I fear I have fallen short of their lofty dream. As I have recently become unemployed, but not dispossessed, I came to Outreach seeking to serve a commander of both honor and ability. And you believe I am such a man?" "I do. But I can see you do not understand." Ajax paused as the waitress returned to serve 2 bowls filled with large, flat noodles and steaming aromatic broth. Ajax picked up his spoon as he continued. "I've been going to the hiring hall for more than 3 weeks, and on several occasions, Angus and I have talked about you and the kind of unit you plan to form. From what he's told me, I believe I would fit in well with your plans. I also believe you are a leader I could willingly follow." He paused to let Rose absorb the words.
Reactor online.
Stealth Omega.
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Cut down any enemies that get in the way.
Oh, I should also mention, Bear, if you haven't seen it, they dropped a new mech today.
A new mech, is this one you have to spend MC on?
I think you probably have to spend cash on it at the moment.
Oh, wow.
I haven't looked. It's the Grand Summoner.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's it's the same weight class as the Summoner itself, but I guess it's not as customizable, but has more weaponry to it. It's a Summoner with Endo. More space for weapons, but no jump jets. Thank you, Alos. That's a good description.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Come now, where are all the enemy? You know there has to be more than just
Target acquired.
the one or two. I just want to shoot them all.
New target
see one.
acquired.
He's very fast though.
Target spotted.
That is a Red Reaper.
Delta.
New target acquired. New target acquired. Target acquired.
It looks like they are all above us.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
That right there is just the worst mech.
Spotted.
I know this because his name is Worst Mech.
Need assistance. Need assistance.
Target destroyed.
But I killed him. He is dead.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
Going in there is not a good idea.
New target
I'm
acquired.
dead, Jim.
It's worse than that. He's dead, Jim. Dead, Jim.
New target acquired.
There's Klingons on the starboard bow. Starboard bow. Starboard bow. There's Klingons on the starboard bow. Scrape them off, Jim. Are we happy it's not a Hellbringer with Endo? That is probably very true.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired. Target destroyed. Target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Critical damage. New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired. Center torso critical damage. 8-foot destroyed.
Let them take control.
Right leg critical damage. Critical damage. Inside destroyed. New target acquired. Left torso damage.
I was wondering how much damage I could do. I made them give me 414 points of damage before I went down. 4 kills, 475 points of damage.
I'm going to turn my game off and reinstall it to make sure that it's okay.
Okay.
So
You will be back in a little while.
I will be back.
That sounds
I'll
like
be
a
back.
wonderful thing, my friend. You will do what you have to do. I will go and play some more matches. I will play in a different mech, and I will read some main event. And I don't know why I'm talking in a German accent, but you know. These are the things that happen to me when I do things. Cause there's Klingons on the starboard bow, starboard bow, starboard bow. There's Klingons on the starboard bow. Angry fish. You must consider yourself an excellent judge of character, Rose said, to which the man nodded with a slight smile. Be that as it may, I should probably warn you that what little Angus knows of me, he has learned from my sister, the unit executive officer, and she barely knows me at all. Yet they both trust you. Rose reflected briefly, then finally allowed it was true. You're right, but I'm still not sure why they believe as strongly as they do. Force of personality? Charisma? Perhaps divine favor? I cannot say, Captain. I can only say I have seen its effects. You are listed as a potential company. You started with 3 members and have doubled in size within 2 days. Ajax held up a restraining hand. I know you would dismiss this as planning on the part of your sister, your executive officer, but still, it happened. You have also been approached by the Borges delegation. Rose choked on his soup and reached for his napkin before further embarrassing himself.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Your task is to wipe away all hostiles. Show no mercy.
Yeah, my game is in correct working order.
Fantastic.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
Guys, can we stay here and defend this side?
Warning incoming missile.
Wait, what?
Defend our side. Gotta rotate away from it.
Incoming missile.
Affirmative. Negative. Target spotted.
Warning.
Get that whole team swinging right. So I guess you just gotta follow the rotato potatoes.
Yeah, live together or die alone.
I mean, I don't know why you give up the side of the map when you got the high ground. You could have just stayed there and defended it.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
They're still rotating. They may not have guns.
I don't know how that mech managed to stand behind me, so long without me being able to see it, really. Didn't help that I was fucking getting missiled as I went.
Well, that's gonna suck.
Are you guys
New
gonna come
target
back and
acquired.
join a fight at some point, or are you just playing around with Charlie 4? Guess I'm gonna have to run over here and die with you guys.
Target acquired. Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Improved jump jets, huh?
Here
That's
they come,
interesting.
right around the corner. You want to collapse back this way, or you just all want to die by yourselves?
New target acquired. UAV activated.
Need assistance. Target spotted. Need assistance.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. The enemy has started to chip away at us. Stay frosty. Need assistance. Affirmative.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target
New
spotted.
target acquired. Critical damage. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
75%.
New target acquired. Heat level critical. New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Thanks for that.
Center torso critical damage.
Down. Don't let the hostile take down any more of you. Looks like only half of the enemies remain.
Made him overheat himself so I could shoot off a leg.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
The jaws of defeat are closing in around us.
New target acquired. New target acquired. Light raft destroyed. Light critical damage. Critical damage. Override shutdown.
Yeah, I knew we did a little bit of team damage there. They all kind of jumped to the way as I was trying to fight that one dude. With that storm crow, I probably should have been shooting that leg and then run around behind him. So that way he couldn't just stand up and immediately torso shot me. But, well, I wasn't thinking. I was hoping to get that other leg gone before he could actually wake back up. But, all right, Bear, I'm ready to back up. Please, Captain, no need for alarm. I was with Angus when the Borghesians arrived to meet him yesterday for the trip to the spaceport. The civilians announced themselves before I could excuse myself. Rose tried to catch his breath. He'd assumed the two men were probably careless in the way most civilians were, but the casual manner they were conducting business in was almost criminal. Whatever little thought Rose had entertained about making Borkies his first employer disappeared like the steam of his soup. Ajax waited a respectable time for Rose to compose himself, then continued. I would like to offer my services to your company. He reached into his shoulder pocket and withdrew a memory disk. Here is a copy of my personnel file. It is current as of 3 months ago. If you have the time and are interested, I can go over the highlights now. Please, continue. Rose set down his spoon and relaxed slightly. He wanted to concentrate on the man's story and remember it when he made his decision later today. I was raised to fight with the warrior house Hiritsu of the Capellan Confederation. For my entire life, it was all I ever wished for. It was all I ever wanted to be. I was with House Hiritsu for 10 years, all of them troubled. From the beginning, there was no talk of honor or glory, as I had expected. There was only hate for the Federated Commonwealth and Hans Davian. We fought engagements of all types, almost exclusively against the Davians. As I fought, I watched my lancemates throw themselves at their FC opponents with complete disregard for their lives. So many died, and in many cases, I suspect they wanted to die locked in combat. At 28, I was the old man of my lance. Despite new recruits, we were constantly under strength. Eventually, I could hate no more. For the sake of my spirit, I had to break with Hiritsu. Outreach was close, and I managed to make it here after only minor difficulties. Rose looked across the table at the other man, and wondered what he'd been forced to do to escape his warrior house. He had never seen any of the famous Capellan warrior houses in action, but he knew of their tradition as able mech warriors and fierce fighters. Fanatical devotion to the celestial office of the Capellan Chancellor was expected from all members of the warrior houses, both on and off the battlefield. To leave Capellan space at all must have taken tremendous courage and sacrifice. He regarded the man with a carefully neutral expression. Inside, he had already made his decision, however. If the warrior's records could be certified, Rose would be glad to have Ajax as a member of the Blackthorns. We're drilling tomorrow for the first time as a unit. If accepted, can you practice with us? I regret, sir, that I cannot. Rose was surprised by the response. He had understood Ajax had his own mech, and assumed it was here on outreach. His eyebrows went up in a silent question. "It is my mech, sir," the man said. "When I left House Hiritsu, I took it with me, although it was undoubtedly the rightful property of the house. I am no thief, sir, and was therefore obligated to inform my commanding officer of my actions." "I see. Before I left, no return." "Are you telling me you told your commanding officer you were going to take your mech and leave the planet before you actually did so?" Ajax nodded his head solemnly. "It's a wonder you're still alive," Rose commented dryly. "It is no wonder, sir. My commander refused to act on the information for one day." Ajax's eyes lost their focus as if he were already seeing something very far away. "She was, like me, an old-timer. I had already jumped by the time Housemaster York knew. Now, however, I feel I must put more distance between myself and House Hiritsu. That is why I have been somewhat secretive about my movements. It is also why I cannot disclose my mech. I am sorry." "What are you piloting, Ajax, that makes it so worthy of House Hiritsu's trouble?" "My mech is an advanced raven," the warrior said, making Rose let out a low whistle. "It mounts the latest in advanced weaponry, in addition to a Beagle active probe and Guardian ECM suite.
It's
All
all good.
systems nominal.
Override engaged."
Override engaged.
So grab Sigma real quick.
We have taken Sigma.
Don't forget your override.
Affirmative.
It's almost like I said override engaged.
You know, so many people just aren't paying attention right now.
The enemy has resource point Theta. Kappa is under control. Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Ooh, they coming right?
New target acquired.
Got a couple Echo 5.
We have Theta. Target spotted. Affirmative.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Most looks like they're going the left side. I've got
Target
4 in Delta 4,
Target spotted.
Or Delta 4
Delta
Roger.
5.
Target
Are you in the
Delta
angry
4
fish?
group.
I am in the angry fish.
Bravo's left leg is going to be weak. If
Oh.
you see it, Shadowhawk.
There must be more than one angry fish in our unit.
Target spotted.
Well, I mean, there's another piranha in our lance right now.
Affirmative. Target spotted. Target
Enemies,
spotted.
Echo 5. More than 2. Not seen Overwatch. Heavy mech behind the building here.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Did you
Locust.
just get headshot?
Locust coming in, right side, Echo
Taking
5.
shots from the center
Target
behind.
acquired.
Target spotted.
Getting wrecked.
Get wrecked.
New target acquired.
Bravo's
Destroyed.
leg, Bravo's down.
Spotted.
Alpha's left leg's open. Shit, I hope I didn't clip the piranha.
Target destroyed.
You did, but it's okay. I expect it when I run in.
Alright, I was trying to get over your head.
CT on the Marauder.
Kilo, kilo.
One touch. Kilo, one touch.
Now that sucked. Heavy Gauss.
New target acquired.
I have a new keyboard and it's not set up how my old keyboard is. I have to get used to it again.
Critical. New target acquired.
Got behind us.
Critical damage. Right torso. Critical damage.
It's friendly UAVs in police.
The enemy has resource point data. Target spotted.
Articles have CT.
Warning incoming missile.
Target spotted.
Play smart, guys. Lose one man.
New target acquired.
Left torso on the right. Echo. Tabs. 2 airpeeps remaining. One touch.
New target acquired.
Champion. Wide open. All torsos. He's coming up behind you, Piranha. You can beat him. You can beat him. He's jammed. He's jammed. Just take your time.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Yeah, I got taken out by dual Heavy Gauss.
Look, is hurt bad or ice fair second? One laser.
Destroyed.
Or
Laser
no cats fresh piece
destroyed.
alarms.
That's always a good way to just insta squish when you're a light.
Back in the middle.
I've shot that Herbie so many times.
Destroyed. Left arm critical damage. Laser destroyed. Heatsink destroyed.
Collected 75% of the resources. Keep holding on.
Left arm destroyed. Center torso critical damage. Left torso critical damage.
He's legs. You can walk up on him. He's moving.
He
towards-
won't be fast enough to take out the points anyways at this point. You could just sit somewhere and drink a cup of tea if you wanted.
He doesn't need to.
Just
No,
Nova
he-
Cat's
just walk up and kill him.
fresh.
But he's also all limbs.
No, he's not.
Walk up to him with the 2 plasma cannons and just shoot him in the face.
He's gonna be on your right over here. It's on 3, dude. Yeah, he ran. He walked. He lived up that way. That's where he lived to. Nope, not that way.
Are halfway to victory.
You want to kill him? He's just literally off to your right. But he's.
I mean, we gotta win anyway. So.
Yeah, but like kill the guy.
See, you're pretty red dot on the
Easy,
map there,
right?
the seismic,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, just walk up and kill him. He's like one touch everywhere.
Oh, you're playing with your food.
He really was too. He's just playing with his food.
Good food. Nom 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 nom.
I mean, I technically you are a cat, so I guess that makes sense.
That was a crappy match for me, but I went out early because, explode, heavy Gus.
Heavy
Explode.
goss. It does hurt.
Yes. Heavy Gus make Piranha go, boo.
Okay, let me check my skill points. I don't expect I have any skill points, but I might get lucky. Oh, I have 3 skill points. 3. 3 skill points.
Rose rubbed his chin and considered the place such a mech would have in his company. I'll tell you what we can do. I'll have Rihanna run a standard check on your service jacket. If everything checks out, meet me back at the hotel tonight around 8, and I'll introduce you to the rest of the unit. Come with us tomorrow and watch us in action. I can allow you to pass on the first exercise. In the meantime, however, I've got to get a ride to the repair bay to check on my own mech. Can I trouble you for a ride? Ajax nodded, and Rose grabbed the check, just slightly faster than the smaller man. He paid in silence, then the two walked out to the car. Ajax was as silent as during the first trip, which made Rose wonder if driving reminded Ajax of piloting a mech, possibly bringing out the same personality he showed in battle. He was still wondering when Ajax abruptly pulled up at the repair bay. "Until tonight, Captain." Rose extended his hand across the car seat and shook Ajax's outstretched hand. Rose watched for a moment as Ajax drove out of sight, then crossed to the cavernous buildings of the main repair bay. Despite being dropped off right outside the main gate, it still took almost a half hour to walk to the area where his charger was housed. Crossing the bay toward his mech, he could see things were not progressing as he'd hoped. The giant machine was still supported by a large winch that rode the massive rails above the length of the service bay. Drawing closer, he could see the final preparations for refitting the mech's leg were underway, but Esmeralda was locked in a heated debate with a Dragoon technician. Rihanna was shoulder to shoulder with the big woman, but she was not speaking. By the way his sister's arms were crossed and her jaw firmly set, Rose knew she was on the verge of exploding all over the middle-aged technician. The 3 men of the unit were well back of the confrontation, apparently willing to let Rhea and Esmeralda handle matters. Resting on the good foot of the charger were 3 Dragoons technicians. Rose picked up his pace and hoped he'd be in time to prevent anything unpleasant. "Rihanna!" Rhea's head shot up, but Esmeralda didn't bother to look Rose's way. While the larger woman continued arguing with the Dragoon's technician, Rihanna stepped around her and met Rose just out of earshot. "That damned Dragoon tried to tell us how to reattach the leg," she said. "That got me fired up, and then Esmeralda jumped into the middle of it." Rose wondered about the rest, but they were now too close to the Dragoon's tech for him to ask any more questions. Esmeralda had the good sense to stop talking when Rose came up alongside her. After nodding to his unit, he turned to the man. "From what I hear, all the way across the bay, I might add, there's a problem." Rose smiled politely, but his eyes said he was anything but friendly. "Sir, my crew was preparing to reattach the leg when these 2 women demanded we stop. Now I find myself locked in a debate about the correct procedure for reattaching the severed leg." Rose admired the man's cool. Despite the verbal abuse he'd taken from Esmeralda, he hadn't lost his calm. Rose looked inquiringly at Esmeralda, who took a moment to compose herself before speaking. "Captain, this crew was about to reattach the leg without running a stress test on the hip mount." "Which is unnecessary," continued the technician, "because the damage is localized to the main support shaft below the mount." "And I'm telling you," finished Esmeralda, her voice once again rising. That this is necessary. I should know. I was the one that severed the damn leg in the first place. The technician involuntarily stepped back under the force of her words. Rose knew he was about to order the stress test when another group of men approached. Some kind of trouble, Technician Bailey? Rose looked beyond the Dragoon's tech at the approaching Dragoon's captain and his attendants. Although new to Outreach, Rose recognized the distinctive markings on the man's jacket as those of the Dragoon's Gamma Regiment. Esmeralda looked into the tech's eyes, flashing a silent challenge. Just a disagreement over a minor technical issue, sir. Nothing to worry about. Rose watched as the two Dragoons stared at one another. Although Bailey had fought head-to-head with Esmeralda, he was not about to let the Dragoons officer win the fight if he could not. Rose hoped the too dapper young officer would leave, but seeing the look in Esmeralda's eyes, he knew the hope was doomed. Perhaps I can help. The captain stepped next to Bailey, but he was staring at Rihanna, his eyes suddenly alight. It didn't take a mind reader to figure out what he was thinking. After all, he continued, such beauty deserves the best Wolf's Dragoons has to offer. With oily charm, he extended his hand to Rihanna, but Esmeralda cut him off. Then why don't you be a good boy and go find him? We could use a hand from the best. Rose heard a howl behind him, and did not have to turn to know Hogg was falling over with laughter. Bailey gulped and succeeded in keeping his face neutral, but Rose saw the clenched fist that revealed how dearly the effort was costing him. Even the members of the captain's group were smiling. Oh, such a sharp-pointed wit! Oh, such a sharp-pointed head, Esmeralda said, and Rose quickly stepped between them. The two were glaring at one another, the captain with obvious hate, Esmeralda with obvious amusement. Captain, I don't think this is necessary. We had just reached an understanding.
And now for something
Reactor
completely different.
Online. Sensors online. Weapons online.
Purple
All
piranha.
systems
Override engaged.
This is Clan Command.
override
Get to the
engaged.
target and capture it. Cut down any enemies that get in the way.
Rotating towards Delta 4 on low side. Some rotating towards Charlie 5.
Floating rocks. Come on, sink the rock.
We've
Target
taken down the
acquired.
enemy's Alpha.
You know there's no point in shooting down their alpha or their beta when we're ahead in time, right?
Affirmative. Target spotted.
Yeah, you gotta
Tell
wait until
people
they
that-
actually.
But they do it every damn map.
I know, that's why I thought I'd say something, because it does absolutely no good. So we gotta teach and train.
Target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
There, Charlie 4.
Target
There's a bunch down low, Charlie 4 and Delta 4.
UAV activated.
There they are.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
UAV activated. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Well, that dude just let me fire into his back until you got to kill him, Bear.
Acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
How?
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Well, that sucked.
Jaeger, Mech, Low, Delta 4, Echo 3, all by his lonelies.
How? That hurted.
Target spotted.
Delta.
Target destroyed.
Lost our 2 assaults that were over there, Charlie 4.
New target acquired. Warning incoming missile.
Target spotted.
Warning incoming missile.
How?
Target spotted.
Bravo down low, getting isolated, Delta 4 low. Marauder on the other rig, Delta 4.
Target
Go
destroyed.
Rhino and Delta 4.
Target spotted.
Stay up on the high ground if you can.
Target spotted.
Just keep hitting the guys that are getting isolated.
New target acquired.
If they want to come in at wave, that's perfectly fine by me.
Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
New
Nice
target
skip.
Okay, we're
acquired.
62. Let's push in a little bit more towards Charlie 4, Charlie 5.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Watch Alpha Fleet. India, please.
Copy, India.
New target acquired. Target destroyed.
Thank you. Get back up on the high ground.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Kilo.
Warning incoming missile. Target destroyed.
Okay, forward circle.
Target
Alpha,
spotted.
legs.
Target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Thanks.
Red flag critical damage.
Command, good story. The enemy beta is destroyed. Keep it up. Target
Go get
spotted.
Piranha. 6.
Target destroyed.
Arctic Cheetah, last seen Charlie 3 low.
Charlie 3 or Charlie 2?
He's all the way back in Charlie 2.
I saw him heading into the trench in Charlie 2, yeah.
Target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
He was
There he
heading
is.
south, leaving his buddies behind.
Delta zone for 25%. Target spotted. Halfway there.
He ran out of bounds and is killing himself out of bounds instead.
Yes, he did.
Typical Spartan.
I think I did pretty good this time.
Yep.
Hey, we both ended up at 54%.
Apparently.
I only did 996 damage with 5 kills.
I did 1 killing blow, 1 KMDD, 10 kill assists, and 370 damage. But for me,
Angry fish.
that ain't bad.
Angry fish. Angry fish. Yeah, I just pushed in on him.
Oh,
I'm like, you know what? Screw it.
supply cache. See what kind of garbage I got this time. Common
Gonna
supply
run
cache.
the angry fish. Cajun
Targeting
tuna
computer,
named the mech.
targeting
So
computer.
it is an
Good point.
angry fish.
I don't know what I call this thing. Foxy lady, maybe.
You're right about that. The Dragoons understand as well. You malcontents bring your battered jalopies here to be repaired by the best technicians in the inner sphere, and to learn from the best warriors available. He indicated Rose's mech with distaste. Then you have the audacity to insult us. The captain shifted his attention from Rose to Esmeralda. You're cannon fodder. Something for the clans to destroy before they have to fight the real warriors of the inner sphere. It was Rhea who answered. Oh, will that be before or after the Dragoons betray us the way they turned traitor to their own clan kind? Rose heard the words, but could not believe Rhea had actually spoken them. Nothing would offend a member of the Dragoons faster than questioning the unit's loyalty. Rose heard the 6 men at the foot of his charger moving about, ready to attack or defend themselves as necessary. The captain opposite him looked like he was ready to take a swing at somebody when Bailey placed a hand on his shoulder. Please, sir, not here. The young captain shrugged off the hand and glared at Rose. Where else is there? They wouldn't dare face us on the field. Dream on. Rose interrupted the unknown speaker. Captain, we're scheduled for the practice field tomorrow against a unit known as the Gargoyles. Perhaps you would be willing to take their place. The captain seemed not to hear Rose. Then his eyes lit up. You can't be serious. You really want to fight us? We'll kill you. Possibly. But on the practice field, we'd love to apologize. Rose stood very still, trying to keep his face as calm and neutral as possible. After several tense seconds, the captain relaxed. You're on. One of my lances is down for refit. I guess we'll have to do with only 2. But that will be acceptable, blurted Rose, firmly stopping his sister's comment. Until tomorrow. The captain didn't bother to acknowledge him, but turned and stormed away, his men in close support. Bailey eased his cap back and blew out a long breath. Shaking his head, he walked over to his assembled technicians and began conducting the stress analysis on the hip mounting. Rose's unit assembled around him, Esmeralda with a big grin on her face. "What in the hell are you smiling at?" he grumbled. "We're going to pound that creep to smithereens. And I was just imagining the pleasure of it." She ground her thumb into the palm of her hand for emphasis. "Wait a moment," Rose said. "We're going to fight the best the Inner Sphere has to offer with a unit that has never fought together before. We're definitely outnumbered, and we're probably outgunned. And, in case you forgot, this is their home field." He stopped and looked around at his team. The smiles had faded with the grim realization of what they'd gotten themselves into. "Now, that may be the reality of the situation," Rose went on. "But we're not beat yet." Cautious smiles replaced earlier grins as his people listened. "I guess we can start building the legend tomorrow. Rihanna, I might have a new recruit. Take his files and have them checked. If they're legit, we're up to 7. But don't get your hopes up for tomorrow. Even if he joins a unit, he's unavailable for the practice. Esmeralda, I know you've got a map of the field." A predatory grin confirmed his faith in her ability. "Work with Batticus on a plan of attack. There's no sense in standing back and letting them come at us. Angus, you and Hogg stay here and make sure all our mechs are ready to go." Rose checked his chronometer. "We'll meet back at the hotel at 7 sharp to finalize our tactics." Rihanna cleared her throat. "What about you? You're going to drop me off at the spaceport. As important as this exercise is tomorrow, I've got to talk to Captain McLeod about the Bristol. If she wants to become part of the unit, we're in good shape. If not, we'll just have to see. We need to start looking for contracts, not just recruits. If there's time, I'm also going to try to find out about that dandy we just insulted. Maybe I can learn what we're up against." Rose looked once more around the group. Now that they had a plan, their confidence was back, hopefully tempered with a little realism. "Well, don't just stand there, people. We've got a fight to win."
Yeah, against 42.
And Magic Pain Glove and...
Reactor online.
Yeah, we got a
Sensors
work cut out for us.
online. Weapons online.
Yeah, it'll be a little roof.
All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Well, we'll just go in here and have fun. We've got some decent people on our side.
Sorry. Negative.
Target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
Affirmative. Target spotted.
Contact Echo 5 down low.
Bear, I would get back under cover for now. Hide behind the big guys
Yeah.
for the moment. Let them soften, and then you just poke and peek.
That was my plan. More smoke.
Spotted.
Like at the moment, I'm just playing the role of protect my big guys if little guys show up to fight with them.
Yeah.
I mean, because I'm wicked short range. You're in better shape to be able to at least tap them periodically.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Enemy base is being captured.
Target spotted.
Enemy base is being captured.
Need assistance.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Enemy base is being captured.
Target spotted.
Where the hell did they go?
Base is being captured.
Target spotted.
Enemy base is being captured.
Target spotted.
Base is being captured. New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Enemy base is being captured.
Target spotted.
Base is being captured.
Target spotted.
Enemy base
Target
is
spotted.
being captured. Base 25% captured. New target acquired. Base is being captured.
Target spotted.
Enemy base is being captured. Base
Target
is being
spotted.
captured. Base 50% captured. Enemy base is being captured.
Target spotted.
Is this going to end in a base cap?
Yep.
Base is being captured. Enemy
I was
base
trying to
is
go back
being
to base,
captured.
but I had to fight my way through about 3 assaults.
Target destroyed. Base 75%
I'll be right back.
captured. New target acquired. Base is being captured. Enemy base is being captured. Target acquired. Base 90% captured. Base
Target
is being
spotted.
captured. Enemy base is being captured.
They ended up winning because they got people back to our base. And, or back to their base. And were hitting us. And we didn't get anybody over there to stop them from getting ours. silly match. We let them through the line. Chapter 18. Harlech. Outreach. 26 September 3054. This is Thorn 1. Everybody online? Rose was still warming up the charger, but decided to break the silence sooner than usual to give the rest of the team time to communicate. 5 voices responded in the affirmative. Running through the system in sequence, he was increasingly happy with his mech. Though he hadn't had the chance to pilot it before today, he counted on its years of experience to carry him through. Early that morning, the Lance had traveled as a unit along a carefully marked course from the repair bay and the spaceport storage facilities. It was the first time in more than a year Rose had watched the sunrise from the cockpit of his mech, and the feeling left him somewhat nostalgic. He had allowed Rihanna to take the lead, mostly because she knew the way, but also to get a better view of the unit as they traveled. All the mechs moved with grace, but Angus was by far the smoothest. Walking just to the right of Rihanna, his Valkyrie traveled with a silky ease it took most pilots a lifetime to achieve. Once they reached the practice field, each mech was swarmed by a host of Dragoon's techs. The crews attached sensors, readouts, and inhibitors that would let the mechs duke it out in combat without killing each other. Although the system was expensive to operate and not nearly as good as the real thing, it was the best one Rose had ever seen outside the one used by Comstar. As each mech moved away from the preparation area, the pilots put their machines through a series of tests to calibrate the new instruments for the Dragoons monitoring the match. Rose used the time to learn more about his charger. Despite what most civilians thought, each mech was unique. Except for the gross differences between individual designs, each mech tended to take on a personality of its own. Indeed, part of the difficulty in becoming familiar with a new mech, no matter what the design, was learning the subtle changes that were part of the system. Like all chargers, Rose's was extremely fast, especially considering the 80-ton weight. It was also capable of jumping 150 meters, a phenomenal distance for an assault mech. Before launching those 80 tons into the air, however, Rose wanted to get to know the mech a lot better. Originally built on Luthien, this particular charger's cockpit was completely annotated in Japanese. Converting that to English had been Rose's first order of business once the mech left Solaris. The charger's weapon systems were adequate, but not outstanding. The torso mounted a Shigunga long-range missile system that could fire 20 missiles in under 2 seconds. The missiles were guided by an Artemis IV fire control system slaved to a targeting computer. The entire system promised excellent first-strike capability, especially in the hands of an experienced gunner like Rose. 4 medium pulse lasers scattered over the mech's torso and arms backed up the LRMs. The pulse lasers could dish out a lot of punishment, but their limited range made it difficult to use them effectively. Although the Charger was well armored, it was not built to slug it out with other heavy or assault mechs. Its strong point was speed, not stamina. Rose's reverie was interrupted by a squawk of static. Somewhere in the Dragoon's command bunker, technicians had overridden his frequency to give preliminary instructions. According to the rules of the field, it would not happen again. Blackthorns, this is Wolf Alpha 1. You were scheduled for departure in 3 minutes. Our sensors show all systems green and weapons locked down. This engagement is scheduled for 3 hours. You have until that time to meet your objective. Per individual agreement, the objective of this mission is simple survival. I recommend all participants that the only rule of engagement is a prohibition of physical contact between mechs of opposing sides. Other than that, you have free rein to use the field as you see fit. Wolf Alpha 1 signing off. Good luck, Blackthorns. And we're going to need it, Rose thought. Esmeralda had learned that the most prominent terrain feature in the training area was a small town of 12 buildings located a little more than 25 kilometers from their starting position. That in itself was not bad news. But Rose had learned from Captain McLeod that his opponents were nicknamed the Asphalt Warriors. Unfortunately, that was all he was able to find out about the unit in the short time available. As he and his team sat down to plan strategy early the previous evening, the odds had seemed to grow longer. By the time he had told everyone to hit their racks around midnight, Rose had privately concluded victory would be out of the question. With luck, they could manage a draw. But now, our own mech warrior battle, where we too will seek victory, be happy with a draw, but will settle for victory.
Terminator Conan.
And Kira too.
Stompy mech robot.
Badger the Great.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
But what about Badger the Adequate?
All systems.
Or Badger.
Override engaged.
Oh, of course, it's Alpine Peaks and they don't have any long range.
It's okay, it's a conquest. So that's going to mean a lot more close-range brawling.
I'm also in a slow B, so.
So get up to Theta, sit there, guard it from a hill nearby, and just pound the crap out of people.
I'm all close range.
I'm heading over to Gamma.
Kappa has fallen. Resource point Epsilon is ours.
Badger, Gamma.
Target acquired.
Spotted.
UAV activated.
Target spotted.
Damage.
Jesus Christ. What the fuck?
Target spotted.
Is that one of those Jenners that can just fire that thing non-stop?
Destroyed. Machine gun destroyed. Small laser destroyed.
Target spotted.
Because that binary laser should not have been able to just
We have a generator
hit me like
towards
that.
Gamma.
Affirmative. Target spotted. We have taken Sigma. The enemy has resource point Theta. Target spotted.
Already missing an arm. That sucks.
Yeah, like I said, there was a Jenner down there with one binary laser, and he dropped my torso
Target
instantly. I'm wondering if it's one of those Jenners that,
need assistance.
or one of those mechs that can just fire it like continually.
New target acquired.
Bear, there's somebody coming up.
UAV activated.
Go down there and protect ourselves.
Came from pushing down. Sorry, I just finally got my back out in the middle of a call.
Delta.
Critical damage.
Quick up. Stick in.
Omnis lead the way.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. Target acquired.
Target spotted.
You have not one but two trash cans following you now.
A good start.
New target
Keep holding the
acquired.
resource points, warriors. Target spotted. Target spotted. The enemy has captured Epsilon. They are a quarter of the way there. Do not let them push ahead. Target spotted.
Uh,
Epsilon crawls.
Target spotted.
Heat level critical. Right torso critical damage. Left arm critical damage. Target acquired. Right torso destroyed. Right arm destroyed. Machine gun ammo destroyed.
Losing signal.
losing period.
New target acquired.
We're just getting our ass kicked.
Well, you got to consider who we're playing against too. You know.
Nobody?
Yeah, we're both dead, so no, we're not playing against anybody.
No, I mean, there's nobody on the other team that's, a known entity.
Sigma is now
Oh,
controlling
okay.
the
Well,
enemy.
there was a game
New
before then.
target acquired.
Yes.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Way to victory.
Alright. Well, this match finishes up. I'll be right back.
All right.
New target acquired.
Recommend Kilo.
New target acquired.
Want to push around G7,
New
G6?
target acquired.
Focus Kilo.
Target destroyed.
Good kill.
New target acquired. Left arm critical damage. New target acquired. New target acquired. Target destroyed.
Steps fall. Echo.
Target acquired.
Bravo 1. No. Recommend
Bringing it back.
Juliet said, urban mech kill.
New target acquired.
Golf, please.
Behind.
Okay, do.
Target destroyed.
Thank you.
Got him. Yep.
Echo.
Ammo at 25%. Target destroyed.
Lost my primary on Cordell. Thank you. Juliet.
I got you, Boo.
Guys, if you don't grab points now, we're going to lose it on points in the next about 20 seconds.
We're going to lose at this point. I'm too slow. I'll work my way to Theta, but I don't know where the last guy is. Badger, go cap something. Kilo 7, Kilo 8.
It's too late.
Eyes on one of the last mechs. It looks like it's an
Doesn't
assault
matter.
mech
Doesn't
over
matter
in the
what
back area.
Yeah, it's a Marauder 2C.
An embarrassing defeat.
Ah, almost made it.
Good game.
Nice try, guys.
Nice try, guys.
Nice try.
Yeah, Alphonse, you were doing good as long as you didn't overheat it.
Wow, 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 wow.
Yeah, I did 328 damage though, so.
Yeah, I got my ass handed to me. They put it inside my cockpit and mailed it back to my mother.
In a pretty little box with a bow and everything.
They didn't even put the bow on it. In fact, I think they shit on the outside of it and then sent it to her. It's messed up, man. Messed up.
One. Kill point. One. Ha 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 ha.
Right about now. The Funk Soul Brasa. Check it out now. The Funk Soul Brasa. All right, let's get back to some story time, shall we? Making last-minute adjustments to his flight suit and neurohelmet, he thought what a fool Carstairs had been to think he was getting something so dear to Rose. If he hadn't possessed the backup suit, he'd never have traded away the first. No matter what mech was being offered, the suit's advanced technology was too valuable in combat. Satisfied all was ready, he opened a radio link. This is Thorn 1. Prepare to move out. Ajax, are you online? I'm here, Captain. Is McLeod with you? I'm here. Ajax and McLeod would watch the fight from the command bunker. Sensors scattered throughout the practice field were augmented by satellites to provide a full view of the action. Although McLeod had not officially signed on, she and Ajax would be able to observe the whole engagement from a perfect vantage point. Their analyses and critiques would be valuable in debriefing the unit later on. In an actual battle, Rose would have wanted his unit in constant communication with the command center, wherever that might be. On most ComGuard missions, that would have been a forward command post, or else the regimental commander. Witchy! Witchy Faye, good evening! Thank you for the raid, my friend. How are you tonight? How was your stream? Welcome in, everybody. You catch us in the middle of Search Warrior, which means you catch me in the middle of story time, where we're reading Main Event by James D. Long. Which I hope your stream was fantastic today and everything that you could dream it would be. Everybody, if you have not done so, make sure you get out there and give Witchy Faye a follow. No! An ad! Well, we'll wait one. We can wait patiently. I am okay with that.
Patience, my ass. I'm gonna kill something.
Kill 'em all and let Comstar sort them out. Do 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 do.
They had done Freak Brothers magazine and Mad magazine and neon posters. One of them was a couple of vultures sitting in a tree going, "Patience, my ass. I'm gonna kill something."
Sounds about right. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Kintaro, is that what that is?
Yes. That's the Kintaro 20. All right, Witchy Faye, have you returned? You're back. Well, welcome on in, Witchy Faye. Thanks so much for the raid. I hope your matches were fantastic this evening. You catch me in the middle of Search Warrior, which means we're reading Main Event, because, hey, that's what we do, with my wonderful new gimbal camera that follows me around, which means I can stand up between matches when I want to, because my camera will follow me around. I hope your matches were good. I hope your stream was good. I hope everything is good with you. And I appreciate you so much for the raid. Anybody that has not done so, make sure you get out there and give Witchy Faye a follow, because she deserves it. She's good people. And we're just having some fun. Oh, today is your birthday? Today is my daughter's birthday. My daughter turned 17, and for anybody wondering, no, Witchy Faye is not my daughter. That she knows of. Yes, my daughter turned 17 today, October 24th. Well, happy birthday to you. What a wonderful day to be able to have a stream. I'm glad your drops were fun then, and that you had a wonderful evening with it. Nothing is better than a good birthday stream.
What chapter did he drop you? No.
All right, guys, while we're waiting for this match to start, let me jump back over as we prep for our battle here. But if you have not, make sure you get out there and give Witchy Faye a follow. Good people, and you know I love to support fellow Mech Warrior streamers. All right, where were we? On most ComGuard missions, that would have been a forward command post, or else the regimental commander. If he could persuade McLeod to join the unit, he would hope to use the dropship as a command post. Blackthorns, move out on my command. Execute 01 as we planned. Maintain radio silence until contact with the enemy. Rose moved to the front of the pack and looked back at the assembled mechs. Each pilot was alone in a cockpit, wrestling with his or her own emotions as the countdown continued. It was a hard feeling to explain to civilians, but his pre-fight state of mind was always one of extreme calm, as though he was in the center of a hurricane. Planning done, there was nothing left to do but execute and adapt. The brief time passed quietly when Ajax came on the line. Green signal, Captain. You are free to move.
Hello, hello.
Without responding, Rose stepped forward. Rihanna and Angus quickly took the lead and moved ahead of the remaining mechs. When they were 300 meters ahead of Rose, they slowed their pace and kept the same distance from the rest of the pack. Per the plan, Rose was in the center of the remaining mechs, with Hogg and Esmeralda on either side. Batticus brought up the rear, occasionally sweeping the rear quarter of the moving formation in the unlikely event an enemy was behind them. Kilometers disappeared under the giant metal feet of the Blackthorn's mechs.
Override engaged.
Nominal.
Override engaged.
All enemies, no
Override
matter the cost.
engaged.
Yeah, good look up for everybody. I forget your right should you require it? Let's shoot some stuff. Damn.
And here we go.
Bam.
Okay, I got a lot
Roll
of missiles.
English accent.
Let's tickle the nipples to get access to the map.
As a reminder, guys, this is a skirmish, which means we get to choose where we want to fight. We don't need to fight in the center. We don't need to fight in Echo 5, Echo 4. We get to choose.
Can I choose Alpha 7?
We could choose Alpha 1. We'll just all explode and die.
Alpha 8. I reckon Alpha 8's a good place. We tell them to meet us in Alpha 8. And then we won't have to do anything.
Couple of lights on the wall on F5. Heading to F6.
Copy that.
One's a bushwhacker, one's a light.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Light is now in Delta 6.
New target acquired.
There's quite a few on the wall.
Target spotted.
Let's knock those buggers off.
Target acquired. New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Blue fish cake.
Target
A couple of
destroyed.
assaults in the basement coming out of Delta Echo 5.
Coming to help you, Bear.
Target
spotted.
acquired. New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Need
New target
assistance.
acquired.
Target spotted.
Heat level critical.
Need assistance. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Yeah, I've got to change up.
New target acquired.
Ah, shit.
Target spotted. Target spotted. 25% of the enemies are eliminated. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Need assistance.
New target acquired. Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
So the whole map is on D5.
The
Target
enemies are half
destroyed.
depleted. Keep pushing.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Got a light back in here in C6.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
That's the spider we were playing with.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Left
The
arm
executioner.
critical damage.
H.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Heat level critical. Target destroyed. Target acquired. Left arm destroyed. Right torso critical damage. Center torso critical damage. Warning incoming missile. Heat level critical.
Target spotted.
Override shutdown. Target destroyed.
Cut him down before my missiles got there.
Yeah. He has a 0 ping.
Somewhere.
No, last guy had a 0 ping, Golf 3.
He's way out here.
Yeah, like I said, he has a 0 ping. He probably was never able to connect.
Yeah. You're actually right. You were spot on, bro. Yeah, he's AFK.
Show no mercy, guys. Take him
Target
out.
acquired.
The rest of us will
Playing
celebrate.
with your food.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Good game, y'all. Good game.
Good job.
Equal sign.
Ooh, 51 team damage. I was up there helping you, and I had a guy keep on jumping in front of me when I was firing my binary lasers.
Right. I had to step back because they took out my right arm and was threatening my core.
Mhm.
So
So, like, he kept on moving in front of me, and binary lasers hurt when you move in front of them.
they do that.
But hey, what are you gonna do? Oh well.
Oh well, what the hell?
So hopefully we don't have a delay moving into the next match, but I guess we'll see, huh?
Yep.
After 10 minutes, the two lead mechs broke sharply to the left and began a new course designed to bypass the small town. The remaining 4 mechs followed in their wake, but Esmeralda and Batticus changed places. Hog was now the closest to the village, while the Shadowhawk covered the far flank. 30 minutes later, The unit had completely bypassed the town. Moving steadily, they approached the Dragoons' staging area from the far side. While the main body stopped and Angus moved to protect the front, Rihanna brought her Phoenix Hawk forward. "I have 6 sets of tracks, moving quickly," she said. "The deep impressions look like heavies or assaults. It also looks like any of the smaller tracks got erased by the trailers. You were right, Captain. They ran straight for the town at flank speed." So far, so good. Let's stick to the plan and follow them in. Rihanna moved quickly to the Valkyrie's side, and the 2 mechs led the unit toward the town along the Dragoons' path. This time, however, the 2 lighter mechs kept well under the guns of the heavier mechs that followed them. It took 60 minutes of slow maneuvering before the town registered on their long-range scanners. The tracks still led straight into it. Rihanna and Angus stopped and waited for the others to catch up. As Rose covered the distance, he motioned Esmeralda forward with a wave of the Charger's huge hand. Despite her Warhammer's lighter weight, it packed the heaviest armament, and Rose wanted to get it into the fight as quickly as possible. Esmeralda took the point, with the remaining Thorns following her at a slightly staggered distance. At 800 meters, she broke radio silence. "Bingo. 2 targets behind Building 6. Without waiting for a reply, she broke into a run toward the distant buildings. The rest of the unit followed her at their best speeds. As they reached the 300-meter mark, Rose's scanner had locked onto 6 of the Dragoons' mechs. Arranged in a classic ambush position among the buildings of the town, they were, fortunately for the Thorns, also facing the wrong way. Rose continued to close the distance and realized the Dragoons had not even bothered to watch their backs. Screened by the buildings and with their opponents' attention in the wrong direction, the Thorns had closed to within 200 meters before the first of the Dragoons began to move. Rihanna hit her jump jets, riding the twin columns of flame to the top of the nearest building. From the roof, she had a perfect vantage point to fire at a Crusader, one of the 2 nearest Dragoons' mechs. The Valkyrie joined her on the roof as she fired both sunbeam lasers. At point-blank range, the twin lasers should have scored easy hits, but the second shot flew wide. As the target moved out of cover, Rose could see the Dragoon's Crusader return fire, its left torso gouged with simulated laser damage. 2 flights of LRMs flew to the roof as Angus also targeted the mech. The LRMs exploded around Rihanna's Phoenix Hawk, sending chunks of armor into the street below. Her mech staggered, but Rihanna quickly brought it under control, jumping off the roof just as the second warrior filled the air with charged electrons. Angus followed Rihanna deeper into the town. Rose lost track of the 2 lighter mechs and concentrated on the Dragoon's Crusader. Still running, he triggered the Artemis and watched with satisfaction as the computer showed his missiles blasting away armor previously weakened by Rihanna's laser. Esmeralda added 2 solid PPC hits, and the Crusaders staggered backward. The infrared readings on the Dragoon's mech shot into the red as the master computers of the practice field dictated an engine hit. The Dragoon lost his balance, the Crusader tumbling backward, out of sight. Esmeralda tried to press the advantage, but the second enemy mech, a shiny new Zeus, lumbered into view to provide cover for his fallen comrade. Joining the fray, Hogg fired his autocannon and LRMs into his Dragoon's counterpart. Batticus, meanwhile, had jumped to the roof recently vacated by Rihanna and Angus and was firing into the side of the Zeus. Esmeralda had just reached the nearest building when the Dragoons' reinforcements arrived. Leading the counterthrust was an egg-shaped imp, backed by an annihilator and a Dragoon's trademark archer. Rose's heartbeat filled the cockpit as the two 100-ton mechs tried to fire past the Zeus. Hog, round the building from the side. Rose hoped Hog was listening as he looked for cover and fired another salvo of missiles at the Zeus. Esmeralda did a good job of keeping the Zeus between her and the assault mechs, but that only made them target Rose instead. The Annihilator raised both arms and fired all 4 autocannons. The cluster munitions scattered like a shotgun upon leaving the barrel, spraying Rose with a hail of simulated shot. The Charger's entire right side was shredded as shots tore into his arm, torso, and leg. The inhibitors kicked into life, and the right leg went stiff for just an instant, simulating the stopping power of the deadly volley. Rose was slammed to the left side of his seat as the Charger stumbled around. It almost brought the mech under control when the imp fired both PPCs. Both shots hit the Charger's left arm, coring through armor and slashing the skeleton below. Rose did not notice until later that the shots had destroyed the arm's medium laser. The second attack was too much, and Rose lost his battle with gravity. The Charger took one more step, then crashed to the ground. He was sure his fight was over, but Esmeralda moved to cover him. Standing less than 30 meters away from the Annihilator, she traded a brief volley with the larger mech as Rose regained his feet. Yeah, that's got to be rough, huh? Oops, that was an Annihilator. Crap.
Oh, we have a 5-year-old with an Uzi on our team.
That's okay. They don't have much fire discipline, but they do like to fire off, a lot of rounds.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Capture and hold the resource point. Stop any hostiles that get in your way.
Override engaged.
They have resource point Gamma. We've captured resource point Sigma.
R for target, O for override.
P for power, Alt F4 for rage quit.
We have gained Epsilon.
Or just wait long enough and my computer will shut down anyway.
Hey, somebody should keep an eye on the...
Do we go through the tunnel and try to get Kappa?
No.
I'm gonna go check out Theta.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Oh.
Resource point Theta
Oh.
is ours. Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Assault coming out of the tunnel.
Target spotted.
Which is why I was watching there. I had a porpoise.
Got an assault. In G quarter D2, C2, D3, C2.
Just try to harass them and keep them from capping. We don't have any weight over there.
Don't worry, Bear. I got him.
All right.
I don't think he's going to try to keep on coming out.
Just let me know if you need my help.
Yep. We got a warthog that's going over there. I'm going to let him play with him.
There's a couple of mechs in D3 right there. Shoot, C3. That killed me with missiles. Vox Machina.
Vox
Good show,
Machina.
by the way. Good show, by the way. I can't wait for season 3.
New target acquired.
Multiple mechs trying to come over the saddle.
New target acquired.
I got a bunch of mech tequila.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Right torso critical damage.
Target
Heat
spotted.
sink destroyed.
It's a fucking heavy Goss Cyclops there.
Target spotted. Halfway to victory. We need to keep holding on to our resource points.
Right arm destroyed. Center torso critical damage.
Yeah, nothing I could do against that.
Yeah, considering there were 2 of them, one of them was an assault. Yeah.
Well, and he charged up on him, and he took out my binary laser.
Yep.
I opened up his CT, but
Wasn't enough.
Fuel at 25%. Critical.
Theta is controlling.
Left leg critical damage. Right torso critical damage.
Hostiles have collected 50% of their resources. Capture resource points from them to stop the bleeding.
Heat level
They've
critical.
taken Epsilon. The enemy has capped enough resources. We've failed.
sigh.
So the bitch load dervish wins out over the properly loaded
It
crusader.
doesn't matter what he wins over.
Say again?
The guy was just saying something about a dervish.
Yeah.
Eh,
Exactly. Eh.
eh. Let's see how much skill points you're doing. I'm getting my 2s and fuse. And none that time. I did not do enough. See, I've got 4.
Though he'd managed to stand up, the imp continued to fire on him as he did. Baticus was attempting to draw the assault mech's fire, but the pilot ignored him. In order to keep the Dragoons' mechs confined to the narrow streets of the town, and restrict their fire, Rose and Esmeralda were forced to stand their ground before the Zeus and the two assault mechs. The Archer fired at Batticus on the roof as the Shadowhawk fired down on the damaged Zeus. The armor on Rose's charger was practically gone when the tide of the battle shifted. A rebel yell filled the comlink as Hog charged down the side street and caught the Dragoons from the right, gutting the badly damaged Zeus with missiles and lasers. Simultaneously, Rihanna and Angus landed on the opposite side of the street and began firing at the damaged Crusader. The Crusader exploded as the two lighter mechs finished off the engine's shielding with a hail of point-blank laser fire. The force of the simulated blast was channeled down the street, engulfing the two attacking mechs and the nearby imp. Both Thorn's mechs flashed from green to red, then disappeared from Rose's screen, victims of the explosion. Although they were blocked from sight by the buildings, Rose knew the two mechs had been immobilized by the practice field's Myanmar inhibitors. On his primary screen, the imp was briefly highlighted in red before returning to its normal color, minus its right arm. Rose fired his remaining weapons at the damaged mech and was rewarded with computer-generated explosions in the right torso. Ajax came in over the open channel. Thorn 1. The two missing Dragoons are approaching at high speed. Thorn 3. Watch your back. Rose risked a look at his side scanner and watched briefly as two swiftly moving mechs came up behind Hog. As he turned his Zeus turned to face the new threat, the undamaged Dragoon's Archer gave up firing at Batticus and targeted the back of Hog's mech. Esmeralda, get the Archer! Rose staggered forward and switched his sights to the Annihilator. Limping badly, the Warhammer lumbered past the pivoting assault mech. Rose fired his remaining weapons at the Annihilator, stopping its movement. Again the arms came up to return fire, flaying the last of the Charger's armor off in a shower of sparks. Rose risked a glance at the scanner to check on Hog, but the Zeus was already down. Caught in the crossfire between the Archer and two mask-equipped Wolverines, the Zeus had been torn apart in a single lethal volley. Batticus jumped off the roof and headed deeper into town, the twin Wolverines in hot pursuit. Rose did not give much for his chances, but was forced to put it out of his mind as the Annihilator lined up for another shot. Knowing he could not sustain another attack, he concentrated on releasing one more volley before he was tagged dead. As Rose fired what he was sure would be his last hasty shot, Esmeralda abandoned the Archer and fired into the back of the Annihilator. Although the Annihilator was heavily armored, it was not able to withstand the Warhammer's full assault. Nearly all the engine shielding was ripped away, and the gyro was severely damaged. As the Annihilator's back exploded, Esmeralda's Warhammer was rocked sideways by the Archer's lasers. And now, back to a mech warrior battle. And peachy problems! Yes, that's right. Peachy problems. And we have Mufasa. Ooh! Say it again.
Online.
Mufasa, Mufasa, Mufasa.
Online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Move faster.
Override engaged. Where would you guys like to fight at on this map?
I'm a flea, so I'm just going to be hitting things from behind.
Looks like everybody's headed towards the Delta line on our side, so sounds good.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Come on, Urban Mech. Get out the way. Get out the way, Urban Mech.
Target spotted.
You're in the way.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Oh, they've got somebody. All right, they've got somebody back in Echo 2. Up along the wall.
Target spotted.
Lee, you want to go mess with them?
Target acquired.
Spotted.
Maybe he's got a friend.
Got a direwolf way in the deck in
An
the back of
AFK
E2.
friend.
Target spotted.
Never mind.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
He's pushing center. Howard's game.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target destroyed. New target
down.
acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
They've got at least 2 Pop-Tart Highlanders. SBRS is running them.
I'm dead, getting a drink. Be back before the end of the game.
Okay. Damn, I can't get to that hash key.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. Torso critical damage. required. Heat level.
Damn, our team fell apart there at the end. Why? Why? I took out my guy.
Le sigh. Le mew. Le pew.
Rose and Esmeralda both knew in a real battle, she would never have been able to get close enough to inflict such damage. But since neither side was allowed to strike physical blows, she'd gotten away with it. It was a good example of breaking the spirit of the engagement, but sticking to the rules. The Annihilator staggered forward, but quickly righted itself and turned on Esmeralda. Rose knew the Warhammer would be destroyed by the two Dragoons' mechs, but he was not prepared for what happened next. With amazing speed, the Annihilator brought its left arm around and clubbed Esmeralda in the chest. Although the inhibitors of the assault mech softened the blow somewhat, the front of the Warhammer buckled inward. Rose screamed a curse and tried to close on the Annihilator, but Esmeralda was closer. Swinging from the waist, she drove the Warhammer's right PPC into the Annihilator's head, lancing the cockpit amid a shower of sparks and smoke. Rose continued to run, despite the fact that he knew it was already too late to prevent retaliation. The Charger took 2 more steps before the Dragoon's technicians activated the Myanmar inhibitors on all the remaining mechs. All the standing mechs froze in place, except for the Annihilator. With a screech of grinding metal, it knocked away the PPC that had impaled its head. Gaining speed as it went, the mech fell straight backward into an adjacent building. Unable to move, Rose watched as the building collapsed on top of the massive mech, completely burying the head and shoulders in stone and mortar.
Not good.
Hey, it attacked physically first, outside of the rules of engagement.
Mm-hmm.
So she retaliated instantly as she was probably trained to do.
To defend herself.
Seemed like she was okay, but we'll see what happens. Chapter 19. Harlech. Outreach. 26 September, 3054. Rose lounged with his back against the cool marble wall and watched the rest of his unit deal with having to wait. A casual glance at his chronometer showed they'd been detained in this austere room somewhere in Wolf Hall for more than 2 hours. Patience was beginning to wear thin on some, but the Thorns managed to avoid taking it out on each other. He knew they were not at fault for initiating the physical combat that had put one of the Dragoons in the hospital, but as time wore on, he began to wonder. His unit was sitting on the Dragoons' homeworld, practicing on Dragoons' fields. Their mechs sitting in Dragoons' repair bays, fighting a match with Dragoons' referees. Technically, he had nothing to fear, but if the Dragoons said it was the Blackthorn's fault, who in the Inner Sphere could argue differently? It wouldn't tarnish the reputation of Wolf's Dragoons if they were bested one time by an unknown mercenary force, but it could mean all the difference to the Blackthorns. The results of the match would be posted in the hiring hall for all prospective employers to see. News of such a win would undoubtedly help the Thorns get the kind of contract he was seeking. 10 minutes after the Annihilator had collapsed into the building, a Dragoon's medevac unit had dropped in on the scene, followed closely by a security company. Several mechs moved to cover the immobile Thorns as a Shadowhawk and a Grasshopper used their giant metal hands to free the Annihilator from the fallen walls. Rose was surprised to learn the pilot was still alive, even conscious, as a medical VTOL took him away. The security force, led by the Grasshopper, escorted Rose and his company back to the staging area, where their mechs were powered down. Rose had wanted to communicate with the rest of his unit, but the Dragoons had imposed a broad-based jam on the Blackthorn's mechs, forcing each pilot to work in silence. Once out of his mech and on the ground again, Rose had motioned the team to remain quiet as Dragoon's foot soldiers with laser carbines quickly surrounded them. Though most of the mechs in his company had gone into battle armed, even for a practice battle like this one, they were no match for the armored Dragoons. Herded like livestock, the Thorns had been packed into the back of an armored van and driven directly to Wolf Hall. Once the van doors closed behind the last Thorn, the unit members had turned to him with a thunder of questions and outrage. Rose shut them off by slashing his finger across his throat. He'd expected an immediate court case, formal charges, or something that would allow him to defend himself. But the guards had merely deposited the Thorns here without so much as a word. 20 minutes later, McLeod and Ajax were added, and the door had closed for the final time. At that point, Rose would have accepted questions, but the other Blackthorns had descended into a gloomy silence. By unspoken agreement, they decided to wait out their confinement in silence, at least as long as they were being held in the Dragoons' main administrative building. Ajax had judged the mood instantly and taken a seat on a long bench opposite Rose. He had not moved since. I can hear you.
Okay.
Rachel McLeod was another story. Rose could see the fury in her eyes as she entered the room. Although he suspected she was mostly angry at the Dragoons for throwing her in with the mercenaries, her single hot look at Rose said she blamed him too. She threw herself into the wooden chair nearest the door and stared a challenge at anyone who might dare to approach. The Thorns left her alone. Rose had initially thought to keep McLeod company, but one icy look from her told him what a very poor idea that was. He didn't understand their relationship any more than before, or even if they still had one. She'd been polite to him prior to the day's events, but that was about all. He knew she was once again concerned about acquiring a cargo, but if she was going to end up sharing the blame for the attack on the Dragoons, the chances of a profitable run dropped to about 0. Rose decided a talk with her would have to wait until they were out of their current situation. Looking around the room, he began to take the measure of his men. Hogg had collapsed on the floor, falling asleep with his head propped on his cooling vest. Even asleep, the man's physique was impressive. Rihanna had initially paced the room, but eventually she threw herself onto a bench and tried to relax. As always, Angus seemed to come to rest next to her. Esmeralda and Batticus shared the bench with Ajax, but Rose couldn't judge their mood, even after 2 hours. The only thing he could tell was that this kind of treatment was probably not new to them. Rose shifted his weight and felt the leather of his holster rub his bare thigh. The laser was still in its holster, as was his boot knife. Dragoon's confidence or Dragoon's arrogance, he wondered. We'll have to find out after this mech warrior battle.
Do I?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engage.
Oh, this is assault, right?
Yes. And in the next match, it'll be a pepper.
I like robots.
I like traffic lights.
Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting robots.
Target acquired.
Spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
No matter where they been, I like traffic lights. I like traffic lights. I like traffic lights, but only when they're green. You ever heard that song, Bear?
No. Sounds like something that Wiggles would sing or something.
Nope.
Target spotted.
Much older than the Wiggles.
New target acquired.
That
Is being captured.
Target spotted.
is a Monty Python song.
Ah, Monty Python. One of my favorites.
Head back to our base.
Yeah, but not everybody.
Acquired.
You don't have to have the whole group
25%
go.
captured.
But there might be a light back there.
Target spotted.
It's capturing quick. It's got to be at
Kill
least
the
two
lab,
bunch of
man.
spiders.
Kill the
Nah, I was say, yeah, it could be a spider.
Base
We've got a narco.
New target
Two men.
acquired.
Need assistance.
3 mechs.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Sorry.
Like
Target
Gamma.
spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target
What is it? A
spotted.
fucking full cicada group? Oh yeah, CW Strife. He'd been running that crap a lot recently.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Need assistance.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Target destroyed. New target acquired. Heat level critical. Warning, incoming missile. Black destroyed. Warning, incoming missile.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Center torso critical.
Well, hello, Artificial Intelligence 00. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Glad to have you here. Kapow. I still got arrows up on that junk, but yeah, CW Strife has been running those cicada groups for weeks now. Pulling that junk and trying to mess around that way.
Yep.
All right, back to main event. It is what it is.
Yeah. I let go of what I cannot control.
Exactly. As he pondered the question, the heavy latch on the single door slid open. 7 heads came up in unison. Hogg stretched slowly and pulled himself to a sitting position, his cooling vest now resting in his lap. The man's right hand was out of sight of the door, but Rose could see it resting on his holster. While his left hand wiped sleep from his eyes, the right unfastened the holster. As the door swung open, a Dragoon security trooper slipped into the room and stood at the side of the door. Because the guard was so lightly armed, Rose assumed he was there for show only. The second man into the room was the main event. Although small, the dark-featured man exuded a presence that more than made up for his lack of height. His eyes moved from one thorn to another, pausing slightly as he looked at Hogg. Rose stood and turned to face him. Walking forward, the man extended his hand. Rose considered snubbing the gesture, but reconsidered giving offense. Grace under pressure always seemed to annoy people who did not have it, and earned the respect of those who did. As the two men shook hands, Rose realized this man fell into the latter category. Releasing his grip, he scanned the other's uniform. An officer and an infantryman. In his current situation, that could only mean he was Major Brubaker. I was beginning to think the Dragoons had forgotten about us. Brubaker cocked his head and looked up at Rose. Hardly, Captain Rose. Rose nodded and smiled, the picture of politeness, if not ignorance. As you may have guessed, We have been detaining you because of your unit's action on the practice field. No apology. That was typical for a dragoon's officer. It was even more typical for an infantryman when addressing a mech warrior. Rose wondered if curiosity might not be as important as he originally thought. I understand. I take it we are free to go? Rose's eyes popped up and he smiled as sweetly as he could. Major Brubaker chewed his lower lip for a moment. Rose waited politely and gave the Major time to speak. Upon further review of the holovids, we have ruled that Captain Hawkins broke the rules of engagement by striking the Warhammer. Rose heard a sharp intake of breath behind him and assumed it was Esmeralda breathing again. Brubaker kept his eyes firmly on Rose, choosing to ignore the distraction. Captain Hawkins will survive and possibly learn from the experience, although I wonder about his chances for further advancement. If it matters, the field supervisors have disqualified both teams. Rose was not surprised. They would look after their fellow dragoons first, even those who broke the rules. As the head of contract command, however, I have overridden their report and entered your unit as a victor in the engagement. Rose nodded his appreciation, not trusting his voice to contain his surprise. To his even greater surprise, Brubaker went on. Despite what you might believe about Wolf's Dragoons, we do not tolerate the kind of behavior displayed by Captain Hawkins this afternoon. He struck the Warhammer first, obviously aiming for the cockpit. Had his aim been better, he would be in the prison ward of the hospital, charged with murder. Your retaliation does not change the fact that Captain Hawkins struck first and violated the rules. At that moment, his team forfeited the contest. Rose was impressed. The Dragoons were proving they lived by the same standards they imposed on the other mercenaries who came to outreach. Brubaker had not looked away from Rose once as he spoke, but his voice carried through the room. Brubaker knew, as did Rose, that the contest could have gone the other way just as easily, and it might have been Esmeralda in the hospital, or dead. Brubaker turned sideways half a step and looked at Angus and Rihanna. Destroying the Crusader with a single salvo was very impressive. Rihanna blushed and smiled slightly. Thank you. I'm afraid you misunderstand. I didn't say you did something good, just flashy. Throwing yourself on an opponent's sword is rarely a sound decision. Rose could see his sister's blush turn a deeper red. Brubaker turned back to Jeremiah. Captain Rose, Colonel Perella is going to be very upset when he discovers what you did to one of his lances. With a nod, the Major left the room. They were free to go, and so Rose followed behind, but was the third one out of the room behind McLeod. By the time a security van dropped them off at the staging area, light was beginning to fade. Rose gathered his unit together around one of the Charger's enormous feet. And now, our own mech warrior battle, where we are allowed to attack each other.
Gratuity a lot.
Where are you seeing that?
Reactor
All right,
online.
everybody.
Sensors
Here we
online.
go.
All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
This is command. Eliminate all enemies. No one enter the comms.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome you to Solara City. We'd like to remind you that this match is a skirmish, which means you can choose to fight wherever you want to fight in the city. It does not have to be the center of the Echo 5 Delta 5 area. In fact, it can be anywhere within the bounds of the red lines.
Water talk, no direction. Thank you. Never mind.
Always go to the center. Never listen to anybody.
Oh, I like the voices.
Put me on skyscraper.
Ah, I fell down and went boom.
Put me in
I'm gonna go with
coach.
the crab. I like the left.
Crap, people. You see anybody?
Nope. The beautiful people, the beautiful people.
Looks like a hard push to Fox 4.
Follow the Kentaro. He doesn't know where he's going.
But who does?
Acquired.
Contact Fox 4.
Target spotted.
They're in E4.
Yeah, you know, instead of going to the center of the city, they're all just masked.
I like where we're at. We're Fox 5, looking at Echo 4.
New target
Fox
acquired.
4.
Target spotted.
Let's fill and drill, boys. Overrides off and like put your night vision or fucking something on.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
I'm dead.
Target spotted.
Sun Spider, Echo 3.
Bear, watch out over there. There's a duelist over there with dual heavy Goss.
Center.
Yeah, I saw that.
Hunter
That's why I
has
backed off.
everybody up high.
And their dog. Let's go.
New target acquired. Target acquired.
I don't like the guy in Echo 4 up high.
Target spotted.
Reach around, Echo 4, we got that guy, let's do that.
We're experiencing some losses. Don't get
Someone
sloppy
get
out
UAV
there.
if they can.
Down.
You don't have to poke your head out to fucking
Where are you? Oh, there you are.
Target
It's
spotted.
called cover, dumbasses.
You know, we don't need that kind of commentary.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'm gonna fill in the... Echo 4 is hot. Oh, we're dead now.
of the enemies are eliminated.
New target acquired.
I hear Bruce Springsteen.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
There's a couple on that side.
Target destroyed.
Depleted. Keep pushing.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
We're taking critical
I hope
loss.
I pop UAV. I suck. I crushed.
New target acquired. New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Ooh. Not a good spot to be.
Nope.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Oh, this is awesome. Okay, run around again. Don't go. Don't. Why do you want to do that?
Target destroyed. Heat level critical. Heat level critical. Heat level critical. Center torso
No, that was
critical
nice. That was
damage.
nice. That was nice.
Right arm critical damage.
Slow your roll. When you're ready.
Target spotted.
Best day ever. Oh, it's so much fun. Too bad you can't jump.
Torso critical damage. Torso critical damage. Target destroyed.
We're detecting no more hostiles.
Excellent job, you guys. Great job.
Good from behind. Good game, yo. Sure, Amunius is all that in a bag of chips.
I only did 951 damage with 4 kills, 3 KMDDs.
Pilot rating
People
down.
were questioning your ability.
I know.
What are you doing? I'm
Never
kidding,
doubt.
bitch. I just killed 3 in a
Never
row.
doubt me. Oh,
I just killed-
yeah.
I just killed 3 in a row. What are you bitching about?
I know. I know. And I was just poking around the corner. I was like, boo, that guy's dead. Boo, that guy's dead.
bites the dust. Dun, dun.
And another one's gone, and another one's gone, and I shot another one. Now that we're alone, we can relax. We've got a couple hours of maintenance work to finish before we start the debriefing. Don't get your hopes up. This isn't the way we'll do it in the field, but I want to be absolutely sure we're alone. Get the mechs back to the bay, then clean up, and meet me in my room in 3 hours for dinner. Consider that an order. Rose turned to Captain McLeod. I know I can't order you, Captain, but I'd appreciate it if you'd join us. McLeod didn't bother with a response. For the first time in his life, Rose was truly glad looks could not kill. 3 hours later, Rose was still thinking the same thing as McLeod burst into his hotel room. The rest of the unit was scattered around the room finishing the remains of their dinner, which had been provided by Ajax. Rose closed the door and returned to his chair. The Blackthorns had been discussing the rapid deterioration of their current situation when the front desk announced McLeod in the lobby. Rose imagined it was one of the benefits of command, but he had a hard time getting used to the big suite that comprised his room. The suite consisted of a meeting room, small office, bathroom, bedroom, and kitchen. The entire unit could have stayed here, and on more than one occasion, a member had bunked on the couch after a late-night meeting. Rose had finally agreed to take the large and expensive lodging when Rihanna pointed out it would also serve as the Blackthorns' office. Guests staying in suites could only be bothered by visitors once they'd been cleared by the front desk. It looked like the room would not be a problem for much longer. Good evening, Captain, Rose said amiably. I take it this is not a social call? McLeod glared, and Rose dug the last piece of shrimp out of the bottom of a paper carton. He wondered how he'd ever become close to the woman, and what had happened to make her change toward him so quickly. We were just discussing our options when you arrived. It shouldn't take long, and since I understand you are grappling with the same problems, perhaps it's good you're here. Esmeralda? Rose grasped a half-finished bottle of dark beer and sat back to listen. Esmeralda ran her hand through her hair, forcing it temporarily out of her face. Well, as the saying goes, we won the fight, but we lost the war. Although none of the civilians has wind of it yet, we're damn near the top of the Dragoons' shit list. The officers are barely civil, and the enlisted treat us with open contempt. They might consider Hawkins to be a pain in the butt, but they sure know how to stick together. I guess their own recent troubles have taught them a lot about togetherness. We've been challenged by how many? 8 different Dragoons units? 9, said Batticus, if you count the armored platoons. 12. All heads turned to Rihanna, who shrugged. There were 3 challenges waiting at my room this afternoon. In short, we've offended the Dragoons, and they want to make me pay for it. Rose looked at Rachel and realized it was the first time he'd heard her speak all day. She still had a beautiful voice. I take it, he began cautiously, this treatment hasn't been confined to us. The Bristol and her entire crew have been painted with the same broad brush. Why, hello, Hydrokyle. How are you tonight? Good to see you. McLeod threw up her hands. It isn't that they're doing anything you can put your finger on. Yes, some of the techs are rude, but plenty of techs are like that. Parts that were previously available can no longer be found, but that happens too. Service crews are unavailable. Inspections take longer to complete. Forms take longer to process. Costs are slightly higher than estimated, etc., etc., etc. All right, finished Rose. We can see we've worn out our welcome in Harlech. We've got to turn the situation around while we still have the chance. If we wait much longer, we'll be completely out of options. Now, what do we do about it? Rihanna, what about contracts? Slim and none. All right. I love it when the kids kick some butt. Should be proud. The only offer we've had is from the Borgies delegation. I talk with them on a daily basis, but I've managed to put them off for now. For some unknown reason, they seem to like us and have stopped looking for another unit until we make a decision. If we want it, the contract is ours. Anything else? Even remote? Rihanna furrowed her brow and rubbed her eyes. Nothing. We've got an outside shot at a couple of longer-term garrison jobs, but the odds are not in our favor. There are too many beat-up units returning from the front lines and willing to accept a cushy garrison billet for us to compete with. Anything we can subcontract from another unit? Asked Hogg. Rose looked at the man in wonder. He hadn't thought of it himself, and was surprised the big man had. Nothing on the table. Some of the bigger units are offering slots to qualified units, but most of them aren't true subcontracts. 12 months from now, we'd be locked into a long-term contract with little chance of getting out. For a moment, no one spoke. Disband? It was Angus who said it, but nobody looked up. Although the man had posed the single word as a question, Rose feared it was the death cry of his new unit. He decided to remain silent. Despite his contracts with the people in this room, he could not lead if they were unwilling to follow. It was better to get it out in the open now. Hogg again surprised Rose by being the first to respond. I said I was in, and I meant it. Besides, things are just getting interesting. Standing slowly, he came to attention and threw Rose a salute. Without waiting for a response, he sat back down, grabbing one of the many paper cartons of food on the way. Oh, isn't that great? Yep. So my kids both play hockey. My son likes to say he's defense, but he plays better offense. And my daughter plays defense. And yeah, nothing is better than when you can be playing, good defense, and they're good players who are just coming in there, and you just
Back. We gotta see the little angry face again.
and you're just all kinds of in their way
Look at it.
and stopping them, and they just can't do anything about it. Nothing makes you feel better.
Override engaged.
When they just can't get by the wall that is you. What are you doing down there, Doug? They're probably going to be coming up the hotel line, Bear. They are. Looks like they're largely coming up the hotel line.
Copy. Thank you.
What? They got blue lasers?
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Oh, that's awesome. How old, if you don't mind my asking?
New target acquired. New target acquired. New target
How
acquired.
did you deal with that missile boat in H7?
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
Guys should be in Gulf 7 right now.
New target acquired.
They're all in the open there.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Whoa.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
You're sitting duck, you should fall back.
Wow, that hurt. One shot. Almost cored me.
New target acquired.
Looked like 4 binary lasers all at the same time.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
They're all shooting at our allies, so he's dead.
We're
New
experiencing
target
some losses.
acquired.
Don't get sloppy out there.
This is
New
bullshit.
target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Gulf 8.
Nine. So, I mean, first year, maybe a little bit later starting than some, but I mean, not too late by any stretch of the imagination. That's why I was wondering. Like, my kids didn't start hockey until they were like 10. Which is late by hockey standards.
New target acquired.
Someone told me once that hockey is an Indian cuss word.
Target spotted.
I've never heard of that.
I don't know if I believe it or not, but
New target acquired.
We've lost half our force. We can't lose
New
any more
target
soldiers.
acquired. Right torso critical damage. Right arm destroyed.
oh, isn't that a bitch?
ER large laser destroyed. Running incoming missile. Heat destroyed. Torso destroyed. Center torso critical damage.
I mean, our team was so fucking timid that, none of our assaults wanted to actually push up and do anything. It's hard to have, when your light's and, medium, you can't really be the driving force most of the time.
No, I stuck my head up and promptly got cored. Basically one alpha strike and I was mostly gone.
Yep. All right, I got one match left in me. Yeah, let me put it this way. I did 393 damage and I got arrows up.
Wow. You must have top score on your team or close to it.
No, not. And I'm relatively farther down the list. I don't know how I managed to get arrows up.
Scouting, maybe.
I don't know. I'll take it, but I don't know.
Yeah, I've got one more in me too.
Well, let's take her to the end.
Well, that was fast.
I'm not leaving unless somebody kicks me out, said Esmeralda after a brief silence. She too stood up and saluted Rose. As she was sitting down, Vaticus stood up. I've come this far and see no reason to stop now. Hey, it's the power of the Kintaro. Hey, Dropkick Dan, good evening. Ajax stood next and gave a formal Liao salute. Though I am unblooded as a member of the unit, it is my hope to serve as admirably as the rest. He bowed slightly from the waist and sat down. Rihanna stood up and Angus followed, each performing a classic Highlander salute. We're family. You don't even need to ask. Rose regained control of his breathing and tried to keep his face and manner calm. Bowing silently to be worthy of such loyalty, he stood slowly and saluted each one in turn. Finally, he looked at Rachel McLeod. Captain, I know you're worried about your ship and her crew. I understand that concern. But I cannot undo what has been done, however unfair the outcome has been for you. I can promise to make the situation as bearable as possible. We need the use of a quality dropship manned by a skilled crew. You know us, and you know me. I'll do everything in my power to make sure your ship and your crew are provided for. While McLeod studied Rose for a moment, the rest of the Thorns watched her make up her mind. Long minutes later, she rolled her head up against the back of the chair and looked at Rose with shining eyes. And we'll finish that chapter after this match. Override engaged. That's funny. It tried to auto mod that out. Gotta love it.
Override engaged.
I'll head towards Kappa if I can.
I'll head with you. Yeah, I've got a couple of dervishes. I've run them before. I've had some decent things with them, but I've never been... Like, I've had moments of joy with them, but I've never had great moments of joy with them, if that makes sense.
Target acquired.
Looks like we've got a light that's going to be meeting us over there. Or might be beating us over there, as the case may be.
Okay, so do I hold up and wait for you guys to catch up?
We got to be full split up.
No, go ahead. Forward. I'm going to try to cut them off from going back at Fox 5, Fox 6.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Yeah, because it's a Spider 5.
Target spotted.
And I'm not going to be able to catch that bastard, am I?
Target spotted. Need assistance. Spotted. Enemy forces have Sigma. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Oh, he's legged.
Spider leg, Fox 4.
I'm on him.
Target destroyed.
He's dead.
Nice.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
Light heading back towards Sigma. I'm going to try to head back there and see if I can't hit him. But he looks like he was heading back towards Delta 3.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
He's already taken my Kappa. I'm gonna go back and get it.
We've already gained a quarter of the resources.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Hey guys, it looks like they're playing cap game.
Target spotted.
Focus your lights.
We've captured resource
Target
point Sigma.
destroyed.
Need assistance. Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Target
New target
spotted. Resource
acquired.
point Beta is ours.
Oh, second cap.
Target spotted.
That's great.
I mean, it's 6-1 at the moment. We're way ahead in kills.
Destroyed.
Target spotted.
Yeah, I'm fighting an Atlas over here in Kappa by myself.
Target acquired.
I'll try to make my way over your way.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
If you fell down in the pit, yep.
Target destroyed.
Need assistance.
Ah,
Target spotted.
he got me. There's an Atlas on Kappa.
Hostiles have collected 50% of their resources. Capture resource points from them to stop the bleeding. Kappa is under enemy control.
What did he have on him, do you know?
Target spotted.
It's some kind of, I don't know.
Some kind of I don't know.
I think he had ballistics and lasers. No missiles.
Enemy forces have Sigma.
Critical damage. Destroyed. Heat level critical.
He's fucking legging.
I don't know how you hate that.
Halfway to victory. We need to keep holding on to our resource points. Target spotted. Got them at all spots. We have gained Epsilon.
I still say it's a bitch ass move.
What even is the last guy?
Last one's by Kappa.
Do we know what mech it is?
I agree.
It's a stealth atlas. He's got missiles, and possibly LBXs, and all he's doing is legging every mech that comes in.
Yeah, I found him. He's sitting like a...
Well, Army, I don't know if we'll be on tomorrow or not, but I'll see you the next time.
Yep, sounds good, Bear. We'll see you again soon.
Yeah.
I'm on my way
Take
over
care of
1,000
yourself, buddy.
meters.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to stay alive here.
Somebody should probably go take Sigma if they can.
Do we have any mechs close to it? He's looking at me right now. You can run up on his back. There we go.
Almost there. One final push.
We need to grab Kappa.
We've gathered enough resources. This triumph will provide us huge tactical benefits.
Listen, Hydrokyle, if I'm getting a blowjob one time and it takes all day, I've got an issue. Let's just be honest. I need it to be I need it to be faster than that. Oh wait, were you talking about a mech? Jeez, you know. All right, let's finish up this this chapter, and then we'll go ahead and wrap up the stream. God will take me for being a fool, but I accept. Every hour I spend on this planet now just brings me closer to lifting off with no cargo at all, so you're my best business. However, I must guarantee my crew's safety. You will provide the crew's protection when we reach the clan border. Rose smiled, and his team smiled with him. It looks like Borgies is the only place that will have us. And as it happens, it's the very place I want to go, he said heartily. Beats hanging around here, McLeod said, finally returning his smile. Rhea, get the Borgesians on the line. Tell them the Blackthorns are on the way. And next stream, for next Stompy Mech stream, we'll get into part 2. All right, everybody. So, let's do a little bit of housekeeping here, and then we're going to go and raid somebody. Because always the right thing to do. All right, so to start with, Credits go out to new followers, Artificial Intelligence 00, my moderators of my bots, and the raid from Witchy Faye. And of course, thank you to all of you. The greatest gift that you can give to a streamer is the gift of your time. And I appreciate that you guys all gave me the gift of yours this evening. Whether it was for, what do we got now? Whether it was for 4 hours, or 5 minutes, or anywhere in between. Thanks so much for having been here with me. Very, very much greatly appreciated. I will not be on tomorrow night. Not planning on being on Friday night at any rate. But I should be back. Again, won't be Saturday night. We have a hockey game at 7:50 at night. It's going to kind of cut into the normal streaming time. So I will be back Sunday night for a Stompy Mech stream then. And then, of course, Monday I take off because that's my audiobook audition night. I've got a whole bunch of auditions out there. Maybe one of them turns into something. Maybe they don't, and I just keep on auditioning. Who knows? But until then, I hope you guys all have a fantastic Friday, a wonderful weekend until I do see you. And I hope you guys all have a great night tonight. Good night, everybody. I'll see you all soon. Yes, I know, Beagle. I hear you. And make sure, if you're on the Twitch channel, you stick around for the raid. Good night, all.